I just figured I'd do a live stream because I kind of have a favor to ask. I woke up this morning, like before dawn even, it was still dark, and I was freezing and sweating, feverish, I'm achy, I am all stuffy. I'm a little warm now, but earlier today it was pretty bad. I took a shower finally, got the energy for that, and the one roommate who lives here gave me some baby aspirin, so that helped bring my fever down. Aspirin's the only pain reliever that I will take, so I was thankful for that, but I sure could use some healing energy and prayers and healing vibes and things like that, because oh, somebody has to come say hi. That was a silent meow, Kitty. I didn't even hear it. She might climb on my keyboard. I feel so run down and lethargic, and I guess honestly, well, that was the main reason to when it comes to sicknesses or bugs or illnesses or anything like that these days, excuse me, with a pandemic going on, I figured I would just share what my experience is right now with some kind of flu bug or whatever I have, infection, because you never know. I mean, regardless of whether people believe COVID is real or not, or an actual pandemic or a plandemic like I do, something is getting people sick, and people are dying and whatnot. So, you just never know, or I never know. So I figure, maybe, what if something happened and there was this breakout explosion of, a rise in illnesses or something like that, and put my video on a certain day with a bunch of other people's all over the world, and maybe it would paint the picture that, look, it's spiked again in this month and we have all these people getting sick, blah 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 blah. So I just figure if I could help somebody, that's what I do. However, excuse me, there's a couple things I wanted to touch on, and I gotta get a drink of water really quick and put some chapstick on. I have no hate not being able to get herbal teas or vitamin C or zinc or anything that I use. I just don't have the money, so I'm just doing what I can. I've been listening to Hertz frequencies, immune boosting tones and healing frequencies, burning sage and nag champa, and I drank some herbal tea this morning and took some baby aspirin. It's the best I can do. Oh, excuse me. So what I wanted to bring up, because it did cross my mind, and I would like to talk about it because it's very very personal to me and important to me. Is that we are nearing the end of, I'm sorry, I hate the way I sound, nearing the end of September 2021, and next we have October. Well, in 2019, beginning in October, I started getting symptoms and getting very, very sick, which ended up lasting until about January of this year. So it was quite a while of suffering with what I found on my own research to be related to Morgellons disease, Lyme disease, mold mites, fungal gnats, Borrelia, and bot flies, as well as COVID. Being that this started for me in 2019, October 19, posting videos and Skywatch updates and sharing visions of what I was receiving, that was what was going to be coming to the world in 2020 and 2021. Oh, hi B. I just had I was like, oh, I can't even think straight, so I'm sorry. I did take a Benadryl too, because that's all that I could find, so, but I didn't really sleep much more, so I'm kind of like, and, thank you for being here, B. So it kind of freaked me out a little bit. I was like, well, maybe I should just get online and, oh, my eyes hurt, I'm sorry, talk about it, because even though these symptoms are nothing like the initial symptoms I got in 2019, there has been, as of late, also the talk of, mutations and variants and Delta this and strains and blah, blah, blah. And in my personal opinion, Morgellons disease, or a related disease, is the actual silent pandemic. And the COVID cough and flu-like symptoms is the cover-up. I said, even, I'm a firm believer that, I have researched the numbers and seen the discrepancies between the CDC and the WHO, and then all the news outlets. They all have their, breaking right now, and then they have a number, and they're all different. It's like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I always say, Judge Judy used to always say, if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true. So, kind of freaked me out, and I'm like, because all anyone has to do is go back a year and a half ago and pull any of those bald head lesion wanting to die videos of myself going through this and being turned away by doctors and confronted and told I had delusional parasitosis because it felt like crawling sensations or bugs under the skin or on or whatever. Well, yeah, there's no other way to describe the feeling, the sensation. Just bugs under your skin. What I would imagine that to feel like anyways. I've never experienced that to my knowledge before. So, I'm a hater of parasites. I don't dislike them. I hate them. I loathe them. Parasites have no purpose or reason for being. All they do is suck the blood, the life force out of a host being, drain it, bloat up, and get fat, and pop and die. And in my opinion, they are all bioengineered and not organic to Earth. And it is for the transfer of blood pathogens between species. Just my opinion. And not being snotty to you guys, to you B or anything. Just, hi Melinda. I don't have my glasses. I told my boyfriend it's related and he doesn't believe me. And doesn't even believe I have Morgellons. Show him my videos from a year and a half with lesions all over. I have footage of the fibers actually moving. My friend and I invented a battery electric zapper with water, and we were zapping these fibers because they are nanotech. They are programs, and if they can be zapped, they can be deactivated. And I have footage of it all. I kept all my medical records from the 7 doctors I saw. I documented everything in journals every day, day in and day out. Hours and hours every day dealing with this, and hours every day of researching, just at a loss. Dying. And so with this amping up again, and at that time I had been going hard with I expose corruption and I disclose truth on my channel. I share my experience, knowledge, and the wisdom I've gained by combining the research knowledge and the actual experience. That gives me the authority to speak on these things because I have gone through them. I will never, ever lead someone the wrong way or tell someone purposely to do something that's bad for them. I'm a mom and a grandma and an empath. And, truth-seeking, front lines fighting, peace-loving, Generation X freak on a leash who demands justice anymore, especially for children. That's a different topic on a different day. I just don't even have the wherewithal to touch on that right now, because when that topic comes up, I don't experience anger or rage. It's automatic wrath. And I don't think people really understand what wrath truly is. There's anger, there's rage, there's anger management and anger issues, but wrath is scary. Very scary. Anyways, so my necklaces are tangled. It's meant to confuse and silence. Yes. Divide and conquer. Seek and destroy. Dumb down, because knowledge is power. The more you know. PSA. They twist as much as they can to maintain their agendas. Yes. And control and retain their power and gain their profits, whatever they may be. Simple hand sanitizer has been helping me a lot. I put it in my hair even. That's the alcohol. I wouldn't suggest using the alcohol though. It is a depressant and it can skin. The integumentary system is the largest organ of the human body, and we absorb enough toxins and filth through it just in the air. And alcohol is a depressant, and it has the ability to suppress the immune system. Based on my research, I always encourage everyone to do their own, and to each his own. If you want to shower with hand sanitizer every day, God bless you. I'll still love you. I don't give a crap. I just share I have found to be true, or maybe someone is unaware, like me, all the years drinking aspartame blue sweetener in my coffee, at least 10 servings a day for 30 years, thinking I was making a healthier choice because it wasn't refined sugar. So, when I learn things, I just pass on and share. But I never try to, you must believe everything I do, or have the same beliefs and opinions. No! I'm an advocate for individual everything. Unique, individual, personal beliefs, opinions, experiences, feelings. I love the differences in people. It would be so boring, not like it already isn't here anymore, but it would be so much more boring if everyone was a carbon copy, cookie cutter, same voice, same look, same attitude. I'd just be alone somewhere. So, I found, Melinda, that BioFreeze and the green aloe gel works very well. Anything with menthol or camphor in it. And it actually even, like BioFreeze, when I put the cooling gel on, it would actually cause these things to erupt and come out of these, like, express out of these lesions. So I was like, I put it on, and then all of a sudden I'm getting all these stringy fibers, and I'm like, oh my god, it's making it come out. Yes. Hydrogen peroxide, yes, that helped so much. If you dot on with a cotton swab hydrogen peroxide on any of the bumps or anything, it somehow has an effect on these fibers too. I don't know what it is. Probably the hydrogen, I'm assuming the hydrogen ion, but it almost deactivates it, just like a zap does. Colloidal silver, oh yes, I had a little tiny tube, and you know what, I'm going to confess this because I'm not a criminal, I'm not a robber or a liar or a thief or anything like that. However, I have been in homeless situations and deathly ill, destitute situations, as we all know. And last year I was at such a loss with this, I really didn't care even if I went to jail. I stole a tube of the silver from the pharmacy because I couldn't afford anything. And I was that desperate. I just needed something to help, and no one would help me, so I helped myself. Well, maybe it was against the law here that I took a tube of medicine that's organic to the earth from a corporation, a I'm not gonna go on that tangent. I don't have the energy. But you know where I'm going with that. Anyways, not gonna name the store, but to the store, I apologize, corporation. I should not have done that. But I think anyone in my shoes may or may not have done the same. Yes, ma'am. When it comes to daily needs of survival and sustenance, I have had to be very, very resourceful, and I get 200 and some dollars of food stamps every month. Now, with food stamps, you're only allowed to buy cold food products. Nothing hot, nothing prepared, no fast food, no restaurant, no paper products, no toiletries. That's it. So, I have literally not a penny of income coming in month to month. I survive because I use things very sparingly. I take care of what I have because I value what I have, because I have a matter of 4 or 5 pieces of luggage to my name. And one of them is full of books. One of them is full of sentimental mementos and things from my kids, and a bag of clothes and a bag of necessities. That's how I roll lately. And I'm tired. I got it. I understood, so I understood. I overstood. I understood. I comprehend exactly. Morgellons disease, silent pandemic, the real pandemic. Support groups online, people through Facebook, Morgellons Research Foundation of people with the same den. And I would say a good 75%, if not more, were targeted. And I've been targeted my whole entire life, from prior to even being born, while I was in my mother's womb, as was my sister, is my sister, my family. If you are a human being who is conscious and in a body, you are known in this world. It would be almost as if Big Brother's always there, or The Truman Show is always peeping with a camera. Real reality TV, game shows, entertainment for the elite to watch all us po folk down here. We the peoples run around with our masks on and getting vaccinated and watching generations Y and Z become perverted and corrupted and manipulated, and they laugh. It's a big joke to some. I'm not laughing. I know what an abomination that disease is, Morgellons. It is not delusional parasitosis. I not only have video footage, I have personal people and witnesses, and I have loads of media photos I would take of my skin or this or that or flare-ups. Everything's documented here, there. I never keep all my eggs in one basket. I share the wealth around, so that way if one thing happens to go missing here, there's a backup. Or maybe two, or maybe multiple, who knows? And in different forms: written, video, personal, medical, documented. I mean, I don't even live there anymore because I spent my whole life trying to prove myself to everyone in my life, every single person I've ever known. Defend myself, explain myself. You can't explain an anomaly that's oddly different. So I don't care anymore. I know who I am, what I'm about. I know my character traits. I have studied my personality traits and character and zodiac information, numerological information, my ancestry, my history, my experiences, what I have learned, what I know to be true for me, because I took the time to do the research and I put everything together. So I'm not hearing something online and just taking it at face value, or believing everything I hear. No, I go so hard when it comes to thorough accuracy. I have no room for error when it comes to what I do, because, like I said, my conscience will not allow me to lead someone astray, first of all, or B, withhold what I know, because that also could be the literal death of someone. I'm not putting that on. I'm not carrying that karmic debt. So, anyways, a couple weeks ago I started picking up my videos again, and I chose to go the live stream route this time, even though it makes me nervous and I get anxiety and panic and all that. But I know every time I do share truth and expose corruption, especially when it's government related or corporate related or biblical, prophetic, scientific, anything, because I am confident that I'm correct, and I know that I am. And I get a lot of retaliation for that. It's alien-like. It is. It is AI. Artificial intelligence, alien intelligence, programmed computer intelligence, higher intelligence, frequencies, beings, demons are entities. They're all frequencies and vibrations and projections and implants and chips and smart dust and fibers. Anyways, I've been really speaking a lot of I've just had it. I like UB between 2018 and awakening, starting my channel. Left a 6-year relationship at that point too. Was homeless. That's when I very first started doing my videos, and I was out in the woods. It hasn't stopped. And then 2019, moving to a rooming house, moving here where I am now. My friends moving, sleeping in the woods, sleeping in the backseat of a car, getting harassed by cops, taking my ex to court all of 2019, fighting for custody and visitation, and I spent 2 years in a row of not even seeing my kids on Mother's Day or being able to talk to them. Had false, what do you call them? Oh, when I filed the custody paperwork, the timestamp on the courthouse documents, 2 hours later, my ex filed a protection from abuse order against me. Can anyone spell retaliation? I pointed this out in court, but 2-hour stamp mark didn't matter. Nor the fact that in 2012, when he and I split up, he took my sons out of Florida without my knowledge or permission and brought them up here to Pennsylvania, and did not call me until he was at the Greyhound station in Atlanta, Georgia, and he had already crossed the Florida state line. But because we were never married in the state of Florida, it was not considered kidnapping. And I've had my kids ripped away from me ever since. To come up here to try to fight to get them to, because they were little. Benny was only 5 at the time. Living in that toxic mold house, which I unfortunately even hear my ceiling up above. It's black mold. Yay, again. Getting evicted from that toxic slumlord run disgusting house that should be condemned, never seeing justice, never receiving any type of unemployment or disability, fighting for 4 years, being denied 4 times for disability, qualifying on so many levels. Even my vision alone qualifies me, my poor vision. Nearsighted and farsighted. But no, denied. Stay destitute, stay homeless. Keep trying to fight for your kids, and nobody will give you that chance because you don't have the means. All about the fucking money. Fucking money and material things. That does not make a mother. blood, sweat, and tears, teaching, making things fun, being creative, supervising my kids, not allowing them to watch junk on TV, not allowing them to sit on video games for hours on end. Benny is going to be 17 now in February. And my kids have I can't say. My middle son's dream is to be a YouTuber. He's wanted that since he was 12. And he's doing it. And he's going to make it. Their podcast is amazing. They're so talented, those kids. I love them. It's the Disorderly Podcast, if anyone wants to check it out. My son Jonathan, who was 19 when I was shuffled all across the state of Pennsylvania after my eviction during a pandemic last year. Shelter to shelter, to park bench, to porta fucking potty. To church, to agency, to walking, bald and sick and ostracized by everyone, feeling so pathetic on YouTube, asking for donations all the time, and I had no other option. Prostitute? I'm not willing to do that again, ever, anymore. Oh yes, I have been in the drug games in my past, and yes, I absolutely did use my body at times to get the substance that I thought I needed. Oh yes, I did. The most degrading, disgusting life I could imagine, and I lived it on my knees. Using all these substances and attempting suicide multiple times and signing myself into mental wards because being prescribed antipsychotics and antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications since the age of 15. You're telling me after 2018 is when I weaned myself off of them, and I've been free from them since then, except for this past February in Illinois, where my firstborn son lives now. Because back in 2012 I had to leave him in Florida to come up here and choose between my kids. You don't know how that ripped me apart. And then Steven's dad he lost his job, and he had to move to Illinois. So now my son's in Illinois, I'm in Pennsylvania here. My dad, my sister, everybody's back home in Florida. Everybody's apart. No vehicle, nothing. No fucking break. Not one break. Panhandling. Excuse me, like literally in parking lots, going, would you happen to have a couple dollars you could spare? So with my bags, like obviously, not scamming somebody, I really meant it, and people did, change or what, but how fucking humiliating and degrading. Excuse me, could you possibly spare a couple dollars or any change? I can't even stomach getting those words out of my mouth anymore. There's no way to take a shower when it's a pandemic because all the public restrooms are closed. So I'm washing up and using the facilities in the woods. That was fun. Try to go get a job when somebody likes to throw that in my face. Go get a job at Walmart. You could have got a place with one paycheck. First of all, corporate jobs requiring applications require photo ID. Don't have any. Second of all, can't afford it. Can't get there. All of the above. Second of all, I have no money to get uniform clothing or sneakers or black pants or whatever they require. I've worked so many jobs in my life, all my life. Retail, food service, administrative, cleaning, motherhood, homemaker, office manager, yep, crack whore, yep. Anyways, I digress. I'm just gonna put this out there now because at this point, like I spoke the other day about not giving God an ultimatum, but basically praying and begging and saying, God, please, if you're not going to drastically change everything in my life for the better, because everything's wrong. Everything's out of order. Nothing's right. Then I said, take me out, and I'm not suicidal, but I would be okay with myself exiting this plane if I was about to suffer the abomination Morgellons again that I suffered up until January. And now, I'm just going to turn this, my eyes really hurt, but since I've been doing my videos speaking on these truth corruptions, you can't fake that. And then all of a sudden this morning before dawn, my hair's still wet from my shower. I'm so thankful for my hair. I don't lose it again. God, please. I won't go through that again. I'm just saying that I won't, and I have the right of authority to make that choice for myself without my family or anyone having an opinion or saying it was selfish, or like King ISO just released a song not too long ago called Hypocrite. It made me bawl. It touched my soul. He's an inspiration to me, and I get it because I've been there. If you watch that video, I have been there, and that's the reason. It was always my kids being ripped away from me. Factor in that I'm a Capricorn Sun, Pisces Moon, and a Cancer Rising. Cancer Rising is all about the home and hearth and family. And for me to live without that, it's like my soul is split. And I have to go through every day dealing with bullshit while my middle son is getting vaccinated. My first son is getting aborted. My mother's dying in a hospital, gasping for oxygen with a mask. And the nurse is too goddamn busy on her cell phone. My mom can't breathe. I watched my mom die, and I've had enough. I've had enough. I've had enough. I have had enough. all I can take, as a matter of fact. Living crammed in these sardines with other random people and strangers you don't even know. I'm an energy worker. I absorb energy from people in my environment and things and plants and animals. There's nothing I can do. And I'm always at the mercy of other people's routines, other people's schedules, walking on eggshells, other people's moods, living in cots and crammed in these bullshit shelters. How many was I in? How many agencies did I reach out to that put me a year in a hotel or blah 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 blah, paid for a couple nights? How many agencies, how many shelters, and I am still homeless. That is failing on their part. And I have been humiliated, degraded, had everything robbed and stolen. And I hate when these people throw in my face, you create your own reality. I'm like, bitch, come see me personally. Look me in my eyes and say that to my face. I don't think people truly understand the definition of wrath. And so much persecution and injustice and crucifixion on every level. My character, my moral ethics, my livelihood, my health, my well-being, my family. And I come from a long line of warriors. My grandparents emigrated to America 1940 and 1950 something, seeking freedom and opportunity, leaving communism in Germany and socialism in Great Britain. Great. Great. So much greatness in the world. Make America great again. When the fuck was it ever great? Because it wasn't. It was built on bloodshed. From the get. I don't mean to be... I get passionate when I speak. So my emotions tend to be inflected into my words, and people always get offended when I get passionate, because I get emotional and I get loud, because I am passionate about these things. So I don't mean to sound like I'm yelling. Hey, you guys are... God bless you. I love you. So many I can count on one hand the amount of people in my 44 years that I can truly say I trust, that wouldn't betray me when push comes to shove. Less than these fingers. And less than these, in how many I have found in this lifetime, who I could confidently say love me as unconditionally as I love them. And one or more may be in this chat right now, for all I know. And I can't read because I'm crying and I'm feverish. And anyways, there are my friend who I live here with, and then there are 3 4 people now who rent the upstairs of the house, and 2 of them were sick the other day. Then my roommate got it yesterday. I woke up with it this morning. So it's been making its rounds rapidly. 24 to 48 hour, which is typical. Contagious window. And that was the other thing. In 2019 and 2020, I barely got to see my sons because I was living in Hell House. And although it was literally 5 minutes, like literally 5 minutes driving time from their house in the next town over, and the fact that my ex had 2 vehicles at the time and had to pass my house on his way to work every day and fought tooth and nail with me because I did not have a vehicle and I had no one and no way, couldn't pay for a taxi or get an Uber. I have nothing. And he purposely gave me a hard time and would not drive my kids both ways. He would not, because as per the court order, we got equal rights. We share equal rights, although the judge ordered that they continue to live with him because by this time in 2019, they had lived with him since 2013, when he originally kidnapped them. So that was okay. I'll just leave things be. And denying me at first, the first couple of months when I initially filed the custody papers because I was homeless. So they held that against me, literally, and told me that I wouldn't have a chance unless I acquired a home. No fucking duh. I think I get that. I think I understand that. I don't know though, cause so dumbed down in 2021. Don't have to think for myself anymore, so I'm just gonna be and I'm not making fun of people either. I'm just using a Dumbo voice. I don't make fun of people. They make fun of me. So I know how it feels, so I don't do it. Because it hurts. And I'm not cruel. Never have been. I'm not violent. Never have been. I'm not a criminal. Never have been. I'm not perfect. Never have been. I'm not evil. Never have been. I'm not corrupt. Never have been. I am not greedy. Never have been. I am not selfish. Never have been. I am not all about me, myself, and I. And screw everyone else. Clearly, I think over the last 3 years on my YouTube, I can prove that. I mean, that's been glamorous for me, let me tell you. It's not why I did it. Anyways, so I just stay true to myself and I keep standing in integrity and being true to myself and embracing my differences and being the freak that I always have been in this world because I like myself. As a matter of fact, I love myself. And if I wasn't me, I would want to know me because I am cool and open-minded and easygoing, funny when I get in my group of people and comfortable, and I love to help people and help them get better. I love that people come to me for advice. That's my favorite thing in the world to do, is give the best advice, because that's what I do. I give the best advice, and I always have. And people always come to me for that reason. And usually only for that reason. When something is needed. And that is usually advice or an answer to a question. And I'm not playing a pity party, that's just the truth. I don't get a phone call from my kids unless they need something. My sisters, I never hear from my dad. My aunt, who's my last remaining close member to my mom, is dying in Florida right now. She's 80. She just got over COVID and pneumonia. She has terminal cancer, as many in my family have died from, that I had the horror of watching play by play, day by day, up close and personal. Everyone. My family has done nothing but serve this country in every fucking way, shape, and form. The USSA of Merca. Corrupt politicians rule, and rich corporate bureaucrats call the shots. Where trafficking children on the stock market is a delicacy. And big flashy pedophile rings and celebrity status and fame and waste and decadence and luxury, instant gratification, laziness, complacency, superficiality. Oh, anyways, I've been keeping up with Elon Musk. I tend to do that as space was also one of my dreams as a child. I always had my head in the clouds, pondering life, pondering space, pondering God, pondering existence from toddlerhood. Life of a child fucking genius. I hate this country. I hate the systematic, oppressive slavery rules and laws and regulations and procedures and policies and amendments and acts and proclamations and declarations and this and that. Laws. Man's laws and rules. Rules, that's right. I'm going off on a tangent. I just don't feel good. I have so much on my mind. I'm at a loss anymore because it's all I can do to wake up to another Groundhog Day of suffering after literal years. I'm so beyond tired. I'm beyond exhausted. I am beyond sick and tired. Greyhound buses, being harassed in bathrooms, out on the street, just me and my bags, always. And going to Illinois, missing the birth of my firstborn granddaughter, missing her birth. Not being able to be there for my firstborn son when they had my firstborn granddaughter. Then I got to meet her and live with them for 3 weeks. And that's all I got. They moved me to a shelter an hour and a half away. Who kicks me out because my 30 days are up. And I slept in a train station on a cot for a month with no shower, no way to cook. I got to see my son 1 or 2 times after that, and that was it. And then I had to face the facts of, well, they got me this little efficiency apartment. I like having my place, but my job is ending. I really don't want to take the chance of being homeless and out on the street again. And I can't find a job. And so when I deduce that, it's not looking very good. And at the same time, my friend here, we were talking, and he said, well, come stay with me. And I knew what I was, and I just have no choice ever. I'm always with the options. This or that. Or sometimes just, this is what you get. I never, ever, truly in my life can honestly remember a time ever when I got to make an actual choice for myself that I wanted to. So, hence I spent my life trying to be accepted, not being fake or superficial, but not being myself truly, because I scare people away. I'm overbearing. I have a brain of Rain Man, and I have to try to not be Rain Man in life. And it's like constant. Speaking of Elon Musk, he said something very similar. He said when he was a child, he knew that he was very different and that other people's brains weren't constantly exploding with these ideas and they don't stop. There is no stopping it. Be still. Go within. Quiet your mind. I'm here to tell anyone, without being induced into a hypnotic state of lucid dreaming, that's impossible. Because Rain Man has tried everything. That doesn't happen. And if it does, it's 3.5 seconds max. It's the most silence my brain will ever see. Not to mention 3 seizures in 2018 and a death experience with that. Cracking the back of my head open, pituitary. That same year, that was the 6-year relationship I walked away from because near the end I was headbutted by that dude and told I hate you. So, pineal, and when you have any kind of brain injury, and then add in seizures, then add in a lifetime of psychiatric medications distorting all the synapses and signals, suffering traumas resulting in PTSD. Yeah, my brain doesn't actually... Oh, and being a child genius with an IQ of 144 at the age of 12. And they only tested the intellectual side. You know, on my favorite, those standardized tests, grades, scores, report cards, trophies, ribbons, first place, second place, third place. Social status in class, income determining value and worth. Get out of my face with that. Oh, back to Elon Musk again. His partner is a celebrity named Grimes. I don't really know her music or anything. That's all I can say. However, she did a TikTok video the other day. They had a child together who's around a year old now, and the mom said that her son does not call her mom or mama. He calls her Claire by her first name, and she said she enjoys that because she does not identify as a mother. Somebody please, because what in the literal fuck am I hearing in this world? Mothers, women, females with ovaries, fallopian tubes, uteruses, wombs, form and co-create and give birth, create life. Divine females, motherhood is sacred. And I found myself to be a little offended when she said that. Because how dare anyone take something as sacred as a bond between a mother and a child and lessen or take away from that or redefine or manipulate that in any way, shape, or form. Not on my watch. Not after I have had the absolute gift of the experiences of birthing 3 out of 4. Oh, no. Population collapse will follow after these depopulation agendas. Anyone can look up the Georgia Guidestones if they are in disbelief about depopulation agendas. They're very real. As well as the pandemic, once the counted numbers of deaths resulting from COVID SARS-CoV-19, which I did research online on the patent website to see owners of patents. And it was funny when I looked the COVID SARS-CoV-19 virus up, the patent for that virus. Yes, there is a patent for that biochemical engineered weapon we call COVID or coronavirus, created and bioengineered in a lab in Wuhan, China. Don't know if I believe that. However, it is also a lab that the patent holder of COVID SARS-CoV-19 is also affiliated with. So that was a little odd to me. I looked into that a little more. Yes, same person. And this person also, just a few months back, I believe it was early 2021, if I'm not mistaken, released in South Florida, my home, my homeland, my turf, beautiful beaches and wildlife of Florida, the swampland. Oh, I love it. Well, this same person who's affiliated with the lab, the patent owner, well, they also, or I should say, he also released 750 million. Yes, that's correct. 750 million bioengineered male mosquitoes off the south coast of Florida. Getting angry. Well, although males don't bite, they will procreate with the females, creating more females, which do. Am I in a class of my own where these equations seem so simple, like kindergarten math? elementary arithmetic, 1 plus 1 equals 2. Yet to everyone else it seems to be as if you were handed an apple and an orange and told to take that and go calculate the mass of the sun. Waiting. Like it's incomprehensible to people. And to me, it's so plainly evident and makes such clear, easy, perfect sense. And then when you add in common and logical senses, I don't. Hello. I always have walked this world alone. So maybe. I do believe you guys would get that. Would understand where I'm coming from with that. However, 99% of this world, I'm not so sure. I take every clue of everything. I watch interviews. I scope out body language. I see little behind the scenes thing. I go down deep, dark rabbit holes and put puzzle pieces together, and I spend countless hours of research every day on top of just trying not to want to die anymore. To do this, I have no hidden agenda, no ulterior motive. I am not out to scam or scheme or deceive anyone. I could honestly at this point give two shits anymore really what happens outside of my life, because my life is all I can concentrate on not to want to puke or die every day. So what everyone else in the world is doing with their lives, that matters not to me. I'm here on a mission to try to bring truth and justice to this world. I haven't figured out the details how or if I'm even going to be able to do that after all. I don't give up. However, I have not made my decision regarding forfeiture as of yet. But I remember brothers from another mother telling me once upon a time, forfeit the game before somebody else takes you out of the frame, puts your name to shame, cover up your face. You can't run the race, the pace is too fast, you just won't last. He's dead now. Chester. Sweet angel. Sweet angel. God. I love my brothers. I love them. I love them. And I can't stomach to see another brother die. Oh, I think Corey Taylor said that in a Slipknot song. I don't want to watch another brother fucking die. Yeah. Yes, he did. I had a little entertainment last night. Machine Gun Kelly really was disrespectful at a concert to Slipknot. And talking about the clothes that they wear, and first of all, if he understood the mask meaning, and anyways, it was a stupid comment, and I was waiting because he's a Sagittarius, and he is literally to me like the older annoying brother that you love and look up to and follow around everywhere. That's how I feel with that man, and I love and adore him. as a brother. And I thought, oh, you fucked up, kid. I knew Corey was not letting that one go. I just respect and diplomacy, but in an asshole kind of way. Oh, like who? I would not want to piss him off. But anyways, so yeah, Rockfeed or Loudwire, one of them posted in my notifications, and I watched it right away. Corey Taylor makes a statement regarding Machine Gun Kelly's and I was like, oh shit, here we go. And sure enough, he was so tactful and diplomatic, and he got it was just good. It was good. I needed that. I gotta get out of my life of drama in my head and my suffering, and that's also another reason I like to counsel and help and advise others and teach and lead and guide and whatever I can do, is because that makes me feel something good from something bad that I went through, or sparing someone else any type of suffering that I've been through. If I can spare someone else based on my knowledge, experience, and wisdom, I will feel so happy I'll cry. And that's all. I could just be a counselor. I really want to do some sort of astropsychology, spiritual healing, energy clearing things, metaphysical work. And do what I always dreamed of doing, which was finding a cure for something. That was when I was a kid. Because the psychotherapist, he would ask me, well, you scored highly in this blah 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 part of the test, and I would spend hours as a kid being tested with these puzzles, and oh my god, it was torture. And he's like, you'd make a great surgeon. I'm like, I don't really want to cut people open, but okay, that's cool. Anything else? Well, you'd make a great architect due to your blah blah blah, whatever he said. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm afraid of heights, so that's not out. And then it like, with my parents standing right there, and I'm like that little Catholic schoolgirl who went to a private school, who always wanted to make her parents proud and wore skirts and dresses and was raised Roman Catholic and had manners and, British etiquette, and everything was perfect, and image is everything, and no shame to the family, and we must always achieve, excel, pressure to perform, live up to expectations. It's too much for me, so hence my life. Anyways, but I love my parents regardless. They only did what they thought was best for me and my sisters with what they had, and I have two of the best parents. I'm not sorry for saying that. There are people in this world who should not have children, at least until they are trained and taught how to properly. Mine's is my mom or dad gonna die? Am I gonna die from COVID? It's shoved down their throats, and their kids. I don't see kids play. I don't see kids laugh. I don't see kids have fun. I don't see kids explore and discover. I don't see kids trying musical instruments and trying to take into historical, monumental places of learning, or museums, or nature parks, and no, sit in a building with a mask on. For each individual child who is unique. Everything's standardized. Math, science, English, reading, history, exam. Pressure, 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 pressure to perform. I know. Pressure to excel. I know. All about that. So fast forward 30, 40 years from toddlers and children today. They can have this life in the lap of suffering. Does any parent want that for their child? Boycott this fucking whole entire system. And yes, rap. Shit. Hell. Floor. Chair. It doesn't matter. People, how can you call yourself spiritual, or how can you call yourself a Christian if you curse? Because I never called myself nothing. As Jesus himself said in the Bible, that is what you say. That is who you say I am. Yup. I learned from the best. Who didn't just talk the talk, but walk the walk. And, ultimately proved himself. He could have. People just don't know how tempting these dark forces can be, and the things that they can offer. I mean, look around the world at celebrities, and famous people, and the rich, the elite, the privileged, the royal, the powerful. Yes, yes, and yes. Wealth gained and wealth protected for a price. And what that man could have had, he could have owned this world. And advancement in technology and consciousness and ascension of one's body, mind, and spirit, transcending dimensions and realms and planes of existence. He'd still be ruling and controlling this world today, because immortality is very real. Oh, that Christian, or that so-called Christian cursing freak on YouTube, Metronome, she was smoking pot on her video too. Yes, I do. Thank you, sacred cannabis. Thank you, sacred herb. Oh, I love Mother Earth. Oh, I love Mother Earth. Every single thing needed to sustain life is given bountifully and freely. Air to breathe. As humans, we require oxygen. Food to eat that is living, organic, healthy, healing food, fruitfully, in abundance, and freely. Everything you need, the colors of the rainbow, the God diet. If it comes out of the ground, grows on this earth, you should eat it. if it comes in plastic or a box, or you have to heat it with microwave radiation in a box when you get it home, or it has preservatives in it, or it's processed by Monsanto, or it's genetically modified or mutated or manipulated, or it's pumped full of hormones and antibiotics, against biotics. Biotics are the biological cells of life. So against that, I hate antibiotics. I'm all about probiotics and prebiotics and symbiotics. Anyways, we've got water, the purest element. Human body is comprised of over 73% water. Free and in abundance. pH balanced. Now we've got so much carbon amongst other particulate matter that we breathe, toxic metals, chemicals, poisons, pharmaceuticals, which is pharmacopoeia. It is magic medicine. Black magic, however. Black magic, mind you. Pfizer. I find it odd as well that anyone would even consider getting a vaccine which was manufactured by the same pharmaceutical company that manufactures and distributes Viagra. Because we need more hard dicks in the world, that's for sure. We need a lot of lustful, porn-addicted, horny men who have no self-control, running around with hard dicks all the time. And we wonder why women and children are so abused, and it's beyond me how people cannot make heads or tails of any of this. And we've got AI advancing. The Tesla bot now. I watched that presentation, whose name is Optimus, which I do find funny. However, there's a big difference between narrow AI and deep AI. And people don't understand how computers work. They don't understand how computers learn, and that they do that exponentially at a rate that is so far beyond how quickly humans can learn. It is a futile effort to even try to fathom any type of competition if something is not done soon. As far as regulatory insight and oversight committees, that's both Elon Musk and I agree on those. I also think there should be an ethics committee, possibly even a moral ethics committee. However, in this world, since the times of the philosophers, we still can't agree on what morality is in this world. What is virtue? Anything which does not take away from the integrity of one. That's what it is. Any way you do not lessen yourself or your standards, or settle. For instance, I had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to hook up with someone I used to date, and I was able to, go out here for a few days and kind of get away. And this person has always been a friend to me, and I was all about that. I thought, well, if anything, we'll just have a good time and, hang out, and it'll be fun. However, prior to getting together over the phone, and then as well as when I saw him in person, reiterating that I have been alone and on my own, out homeless and suffering for the past year. It had been a year since I had seen him. And not only that, but that I had remained single and celibate the entire time. I was with no one else in any kind of way. I didn't even go on a date. Like I would have time, and who would want to go out with a bald chick covered in lesions carrying bags? Anyways, so I specifically said, because I'm direct, I'm just honest, and that's one reason why people run away from me, because they don't like that. I don't sugarcoat, I don't hold back anymore. There was times in my life I did, no more. It's like truth and all truth, and if you get offended, I apologize, I really do, but you'll thank me later. Be mad at me now, but you'll thank me later. That's the way I am. Even with my kids, they can get mad at me now, or if I discipline or do something that's for the best for them, they may not always like it, or enjoy it, or agree, but it is what is best for them. So, sorry about your luck. Anyways, so I specifically said to him, I am not, just like this too, I am not jumping back into a relationship. I am not even considering getting into a relationship. I am not being sexual with anyone. And I went on to tell him my progress as far as my spiritual healing that I had. Really, I've accomplished a lot there, and I touched on this before, but I had a sexual addiction for a very long time in my life. So for me to be celibate for a year was quite an accomplishment for me, and I was proud of myself, like, sweet. There were moments, and I'm not gonna get all like TMI, but whatever. We'll just say, I'm still female, and I still love men, and I hope one day my dream is to find that one, and that's it. If not, then so be that too. But anyways, so I said, I don't mind being friends, hanging out. He's spiritually open-minded, so it's someone that I can talk about things, and they get it, And I said, eventually, down the road, if things, we stay friends, or we do decide to maybe try something again, or whatever, I said I would not be opposed to being like friends with benefits every once in a while, but I said right now I'm letting you know so there's no miscommunication and no, arguments or anything getting, that we're both fully aware of where we stand. And I still have yet to meet anyone in my life ever who has not tried to get me to change my stance or my mind. And they all realize real quick that once a stubborn Capricorn goat who stands in integrity, because that's what Capricorn is, We are immovable. Cardinal sign, like a pillar. Once our minds are made up and we know that we are doing what is right, what is good, standing in integrity and honesty, there is nothing like death before dishonor. Always. Because I'm not going to budge. And everyone, whether that's a test to try to see if I will, or it's because when I expressed that to them in the beginning, they didn't believe me, and figured, oh, yeah, I'll try, I'll get her to. So, there were the little moments of getting a little, trying to kiss, and I straight up said, when that happened, like, I know how much of a freak I must sound like, but I literally I looked and I said, all the touchy kissy stuff is kind of getting a little uncomfortable for me. And I said, I already told you about this twice. I meant what I said, and I don't like being, I went battled again. And he understood, and he was respectful with that. And I do believe at some point back then he maybe fell in love, doting, and like someone is just overly and I knew that it was a little bit torturous for him. So, that was that. And I came back here and parted on okay terms, but nothing was going anywhere and wouldn't. And if we ever do hang out in the future ever again, I would not be against it. But I now, first time, second time, have seen, known, gotten enough to know that there won't be any more talk or thinking about like any type of romantic involvement. No, it would be just friends, if even that, which I doubt, because we really haven't talked since I've been back here. So I did that kind of as a test to myself to see if I could set those boundaries, which I've never been able to set. I've never been the healthy no type of person. I always want to take care of everyone else, so I always did. And be everything to everyone. And I guess that was because I wanted just someone to be everything with me, just one person. So I tried that with everyone in my life. Like, that's how it worked out for me. And I know so the test, I did test myself. I did stand my ground. I was direct. I was kind but firm. And I stood in integrity, and I walked away with dignity, and it felt great. Literally the first time ever in my life. Prior sex addiction, mind you. So, that being said, it was an odd experience because it was a first time experience, but it was very empowering. And I learned that, yes, I am strong enough to set boundaries and stick to them and do me how I need to. If that means celibacy to maintain my energy, then that's what I need to do. And keep my energetic space pure, then that's what I'm going to do. If that means I'm going to go be a little old lady mystic who lives out in a cabin in the woods by herself, alone with her cats, then that's what it is. Whatever is going to evolve my soul and spirit and help people and help this planet, that's all I care. And eventually graduate me out of here so I can transcend to the next level. Because I think after this life of suffering, I will have either paid off karmic debt or cleared all the ancestral, generational karma and curses and shouldered them. And I know who I am and what I've done in this life and how many times I've turned the cheek, how many times I've been the bigger person, how many times I kept the peace, how many times I avoided confrontation, how many times I did the right thing when nobody else would, how many times I had nothing but still was able to help someone somehow, or be kind to animals or plants, or all in the little things. So I think next life's rewards and blessings and release of karma will be a great life, and I'm looking forward to it. And that's why I stated in the beginning of this stream that if this turns into be a Morgellons round 2 Delta pandemic direct energy weapon, DEW, targeted voice to skull technology, nano tech, government agents always spying and tracking and following and listening and hacking and watching and flying above and driving by, and yeah, I know there are people that think I am wacko, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I assure you that I am not. And if those things that I just spoke about did not exist or weren't real or didn't happen to me, I haven't experienced them, I wouldn't speak them out of my mouth. I don't speak on something unless I have the knowledge or experience. Plain and simple. Thoroughly, with accuracy. Like, I'm not aspiring to perfection without mistakes or failures or anything. Human means imperfect, flawed, human limited. I'm okay with that. I do, however, always seek accuracy, and I really have no room for error. That's just me. And I work kind of dyslexic in my mind, where if there was a big algebraic equation, complicated equation, I can't uncomplicate it and simplify it and reduce the way that they want you to in math. My brain doesn't have the capacity to be able to grasp the information in that way, in that sequence, and dissect it down. The way my brain works is, give me the problem, I'll give you the solution, you figure out all that complicated mess in the middle. I don't need to know the details. Give me the problem, I'll give you the solution, or I will find you the answer. Just, I don't need the complication. I'm not like into all the mechanical details of things. No. That's why I have a difficult time being around people all the time who are not like-minded, who are people who are good people. I have been friends with many people I've met in this journey of homelessness and all this moving around. However, not necessarily people I would choose as my friends or associates or crew or circle. I just wouldn't hang out with them because we don't have anything in common. And I don't usually enjoy their company. It's an obligation. So when people about things that are not meaningless to me, it's not that I am being cold or heartless or cruel or mean. It's that I don't have any room for anything but that of the utmost importance and priority. So I don't want to talk about your cheating boyfriend for the 100th time. Like, if you haven't gotten the message and left, that's on you. I don't want to hear it. And it's not that I'm trying not to be a good friend. It's that I don't have the room to take that knowledge, because when people give it to me and it's meaningless or pointless to me, unimportant, my brain then has to, Kitty, now do double the work and remove all that, and then go back and recall everything that's now behind, and it's a playing catch up all the time, instead of my brain just going like it does in Rain Man 3 and 9 and 6. Okay, and that was July and 6. Oh, and then I'll get something out. Write down. This is my brain 24/7, 365. So that massive amount of data, and trying to process it, but now having to go get rid of the junk and then hurry up and filter through everything that you had to put on hold that's now like a tidal wave about to crash through, and you're listening intently, being polite, and I'm in my mind thinking, okay, and that's the great thing about Rain Man, is we're able to multitask many things at one time. Conversation, multiple equations and thoughts, observances in our physical reality, all at the same time. And no one's the wiser. Usually people are zoned in. If they talk to somebody, they're only focused on that conversation with that person, instead of hearing the animals and the breeze and wondering about the historic site you're standing on, and remembering you have a 3 o'clock appointment tomorrow here, and then I have to call it, and then it's a never-ending clusterfuck that doesn't ever stop. So that's that. And writing is how I express it, because I've never had anyone I could talk to or trust or who would even near understand this to you. So I wrote. And then when the kids were little, and mom and work life, and then drugs and things like that, and loss, I stopped journaling, and I stopped writing poetry, and I stopped expressing myself in any way. I just numbed it away or escaped or whatever. And then 2018 I picked it back up with my activation or awakening, and I have stacks of journals already in the 3 years, and they look like the journals would of Einstein or Tesla, of madness and gibberish and topic to topic to topic to topic to topic, but it just has to come out at that point when it's there, and then it's always gone back to at a later point and correlated or solved or figured or factored in with the next thing. And that's why people like us have so many projects going, or we go topic to topic to topic, and unfinished things, projects. We are constantly either seen as very studious and frazzled, like scientific and like a scientist, Einstein with the hair and not wearing socks because they're a waste of time and they get holes anyways. That's what he said. I channeled Einstein last night, as a matter of fact, when I was out front filming the Pisces full moon. Mr. Einstein was a Pisces and a master number. He's also my lifelong hero, one of them. I get it, what the life of a genius really is, and the fine line thread-like between genius and madness, or what others perceive us reverted. Because if I really get going, let's say I go for a couple of hours working on a research problem or equation or something I'm figuring out, and I get in that zone, I am pacing, I'm up and down, I am fidgeting, I am twirling my hair, it's a mess, I am talking to myself and answering myself, because I'm the only one there to do that with, and I'm having a conversation, literally, like, not just, I wonder what blah 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 would be. Oh, maybe this. No, it's more like, okay, so if we take the capacity of the ion structure and we use radioactive decaying materials, would that theoretically speed up the process, seeing as how free electrons are very energetic? I don't know. Let me think. Alright. Okay. Electrons. Radioactive decay. Ionized. Okay. Oh, what if we add... I'm going like this and out loud for hours. Anyone who would hear me would perceive me to be mentally unstable. I'm not. I'm very mentally capable. I just, I never have anyone who, well, I can't say that. That would be a lie, and I'm not a liar. Until now, I have never had in my life anyone who ever granted me the time to just, when I say something, get the entire thought out of my mouth, or express an entire idea And for those like me, that takes a minute. Because we can't just say, oh, the apple over there. It's like the green Granny Smith apple that's on top of the counter. Oh, wait, did I move it? No, it's still there. I washed it and I put it in the red bowl right there. Like, it's a whole thought process that has to be expressed, and people don't give you that time. They're too impatient. So even when I was in court with my kids and I'm on the stand and I'm so nervous, and that snake lawyer he got was grilling me like I was in criminal court on trial, literally. She made me show my scar how many times. Didn't you try to kill yourself in 2011? Reiterating that. My kids are sitting right there like, they were there. So thanks, snake, fucking viper. I'd been on 5 hours without a break with her grilling me, defaming my character in every way, bringing up every flaw. But I couldn't get a lawyer through the same agency because there's only one, and that would be conflict of interest. So he got the lawyer. I represented myself. And I must say, still walked out with equal rights. A visitation schedule which he has never upheld. He would never drive the kids one way to help me out so that I could see my sons, thinking, let me take my sons to go see their mother. That would probably be the right thing to do. No, I'll show her. No, if you can't find a way, I am not. No, that's not what the court order says. And then putting the kids on the phone. They were like enemies. Anyways, so I've got no justice in any way, shape, or form for anything. I know if I could find a civil rights attorney that I would have a very valid civil and human rights lawsuit, and I would file it at the Supreme Court against the government of the United States of America. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Social injustice. Civil and human rights. Toxic property that should be condemned, yet inspected and approved by the Government Housing Authority, HUD. Personal pain and suffering. My landlord should be responsible for that dump and the hours of suffering and the subsequent illegal eviction. Oh, 1 year ago this month, September 1st, 2020, day of my eviction, still homeless. Yay! Katie, I hear you. Come on, Squeak. Come on, my kitty. I need lovies. Thank you, B. If you're still even in here, I can't even see. I don't even know how long I've been on here. I needed to express this. I needed to share. I needed to vent. I needed a friend. And Melinda. Grandbaby 2 is due in November, and it's a boy. And I stress and suffer with that too. The world in chaos, and my son bringing babies into the world and trying to raise a family and grow his music career and work so he can support. I don't want him to give up everything like I did. He cut all his long hair, wears a uniform, trying to be that father he never got. And mother who ended up causing him his fear of abandonment trauma. I can't. I've tried to forgive myself. That's the one thing I can't. Is any way I have ever shorted or failed or hurt my kids in it. I am incapable of forgiving myself for that. So what am I supposed to do? I forgave myself for everything else, every horrific thing I've done and been through, and to myself, and poor choices, and for hating myself. There's so many things I healed. I love myself. I have forgiven myself, except I can't when it comes to that. Oh, and to mention that my son is so, just like every millennial, they are so confused and they don't know what to believe, because if it's not a deception, it's an illusion. If it's not an illusion, it's a perversion. If it's not that, it's hidden. If it's not that, it's a half-truth. They don't know what to believe. So 2 years ago, my son also told me that he's a Satanist, and he follows Satanism. And I can't tell you how many kids that do. I tried to change their minds as far as not conforming to any man-made religion or following any deity or deified being or whatever. There's one creator, I've explained. And so yeah, we're on video chat a couple nights ago, and he hurt his knee, and he was taking a bath. That sounded gross and stupid. I wasn't on video chat with him while my son's taking a bath. Let me say that again. Ugh. He was in the bath, completely covered. He put the video phone on his knee so I could see his knee and if there was any swelling or anything, because he felt like it was out of place. Anyways, you gotta be so careful these days. You never know what photoshopping or photo editing or word twisting and warping, manipulating can. So I try to be very careful with my words. Anyways, so flip the camera back off, and then when he was facing it back at his face again, he turned it back on. So we'll state it like that for anyone out there. And I noticed his necklace. It's the Lucifer sigil. So I just looked at him. I said, "Son, I know you're not sacrificing kids or into blood rituals or anything like that, evil, dark stuff that goes on now in the world. There's a different form of Satanism, the religion, which is more about just serving yourself. It's not all that ritualistic shit." Anyways, so I looked at it and I said, "Oh, Lucifer." And he grinned like that. I didn't think he realized I would know that sigil. But I do, because it's what I do. So, and I said, "You know what? He's my brother too." I said, "I just agree with my other brother a little more. Jesus, the one who said, 'Do unto others.'" Yeah, because I said he proved it. Selfless versus selfish. with one side more than the other. But they're still both my brothers. So, he's going to have to, I pray for his soul every day. Not to be corrupt. I pray for all children every day to be rescued and safe and protected and healed every day. Last night there were some very dark things going on with that equinox, full moon, ritualistic, sacrificial things. And I was called to duty. And metaphysically. And I'm done. I am done. Children being aborted, babies being aborted full term. Life begins at conception. The spark of life. Flame of life. Ignited. Divine spark. Not at the heartbeat. Not at 3 months. Not full term. Not definitely up until delivery. It is also my opinion and belief. I have no factual evidence, so therefore, again, it is my personal opinion and belief that aborted babies do not die. But they are surgically removed. The fetus is removed, or the baby is removed. And kind of like me when I was born, in an incubator from that point on. Tested genetically. Experimented on. Trafficked. Sold. Oh yes, sold. To the highest bidder. They are able to custom order. So what these pedophile, rich, psychopathic elites do is, based on the sperm sample at the sperm bank, that was another great money-making ploy. Cryo-freezing eggs, knowing the genetic information of the father and mother lines, or, like I said previously, the aborted fetuses who would eventually become the blonde hair, blue-eyed athlete male who is 5'11" in adulthood. They custom order, for instance, the more exotic a child, indigenous, melanin color, tribal, more they cost. I can't even get that to come out. And the younger, the more expensive. And then some of them keep them in cages as pets, doing to them whatever, whenever, however, and with whomever. As sport and torture, as the prey, they being the predators. similar to safari hunting in Africa, yet not wild animals, children, and other human beings, just for entertainment, hunting them down and killing them. Sexual, ritualistic, sex magic practices. Children hold the purest form of innocence, and their energetic frequency and vibration is purity and innocence. The more pure the energy, the more powerful the force of magic. They inflict trauma to infants and children in the rectal area to traumatize the body into releasing an adrenal hormonal hormone called adrenochrome, which the perpetrators, use as a substance, a drug. It gets them high. They drink the blood, and that is their immortality elixir, fountain of youth. Sometimes we wonder as we watch these royals and celebrities and famous people age so slowly, and it seems as if they live for so long compared to general public. And that is why. And that has literally and figuratively been their lifeblood, life force energy, keeping them alive, undead, I should say, immortal. There's a difference between eternal life and immortality. That's for sure. And once this adrenochrome is taken from them, as of yet, I don't believe that they've found a way to synthesize it. I could be wrong, but once it is taken away, they will literally, as it states in scripture and prophecy, they will rot while they are still standing. People don't know how to read ancient scripture across all nations and religions, that is, well as reason why Jesus always spoke in parables. Those without the eyes to see and the ears to hear, they couldn't get it, couldn't grasp the moral of the story, of the teaching, of the truth. And that was done for that reason. To know who was able to grasp the meaning, the moral of the parable, and who could not. Because then that determines and I'm not saying, first time reading a parable and get it with teaching. I mean, the ability or the capability or capacity to understand it at all with teaching, with guidance, without whatever. they were never meant to. And I studied, raised Roman Catholic, so I grew up with a lot of religious knowledge from a very early age. And what I can say about the former Holy Catholic Church, current Synagogue of Satan, aka the Vatican, is that the original priests and priestesses in temples on this planet there's a lot of truth within the Catholic Church, but there's a lot of deception too, and it takes a very good eye for discernment to realize which is which. That being said, many psalms are actually magical invocations, incantations. If sung at certain frequencies, it invokes certain things into being, magic. Roman Empire, the Greco-Roman Empire, still rules the world today. I'm telling you, I am determined to learn Latin finally, once and for all. I would love to go overseas to the Vatican and meet Francis face to face and have a conversation with him in Latin. He would never be able to even keep eye contact with me. Nope. Anyways, I started rambling, but these are all the things that weigh heavily on me, on my heart, on my mind every day, day in and day out, on top of the bullshit every day. And they always say God never gives you more than you can handle. Well, obviously I'm not dead yet. However, whoever said that needs to be punched in the face, and I will gladly offer to do that as a thank you from me. No. And B, I don't even know. No, I can't see. I think it says one. That's Melinda. B, I don't even know if anyone's in here. You are amazing. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bless. Bless, bless. If anybody wants to leave or has to go, I totally fine. Won't be offended. I might leave my live stream go for a little bit, even if I just kind of lay here and ramble on, speak out loud to myself like I'm used to doing. because it feels good to express these things. I don't really have the energy right now or the inspiration to write at the moment. I'd rather just kind of talk, chat, vent. And if I'm talking to myself, it won't be the first time or the last, I'm sure. I am, whatever, all things considered, though. I don't care how much suffering, I don't care how little happiness, I don't care the loss, or everything that I've experienced in my life is a learning experience. That is what I'm grateful for, because that is my lust. I have a lust for learning. It's my passion. I really honestly would be happy never having a job in this world. I never wanted one in the first place. And just studying and learning the rest. Like, if there was a way to live for free and just study, that's what I would do. I mean, not now, but prior to the end times and all. Prior to the apocalypse. Things changed at that point. And I know somehow, some way, because my mom always told me this, and she was always right. And I'm not making that up. My mom was always right. God. And she always used to say to me, Jen, things always have a way of working out one way or another, even if it's not the way you expected it. And I never would believe her. Not for me, Mom, I would say. Not for me, they don't. And that was truth. That still is the truth. I mean, I can't say little random things, at a store and I don't have the money and the next person in line gives me $1 to pay for my thing, or, little random things like that. I'm talking about balancing out, evening out. Not for me, it hasn't, still to this day. And I'm ready for that. I've earned it. I deserve it. I never resonated with having multiple incarnations recently and having karma to pay off. I resonated when I was guided to Dolores Cannon in 2018. I never heard of her prior to that. And the video of the 3 waves of volunteers. What I have gathered from my soul searching in spirit is that I already graduated once upon a time and ascended, and I came back now to be here for this, but didn't have to. Okay, so people may ask, well, why the fuck would you? Good question. I'm asking that too. Because it was an opportunity to I hate this. I hate saying it. Let me state a disclaimer before I say this. I have always looked up to people like Einstein, but the person I wanted to be like the most, who I thought was the realest, like that's the kind of person I want to be, is Jesus. Always has been. Let's leave out all the details of some think he is a fictional character in a story, an avatar of creator in form come down, celestial, angelic, prophet, Messiah. There's so many beliefs. I don't care about any of that. The kind of person, the truth, the authority, the peace, the authenticity, the kindness, the selfless teaching and healing and ultimate, death. Well, that being done to ransom everyone from this, paying that blood sacrifice, because when you can get divine blood as one of their, that'll buy a lot of souls from purgatory, torment, perdition, whatever. I hate labels. Suffering, sparing others' suffering and taking it on himself, taking that price, redeeming other people by spilling his own. And if that's not the most selfless act of love, I don't know what is. Giving up your life. And then, as he even said, the good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. Well, some call people like me prophets or seers or visionaries or whatever, I don't know, scribes or psychics, or I hate labels. But some of us may have chosen to also similarly do the same, in that we took on the guilt or the karma for other purposes, such as taking all of our family bloodline's karma on ourselves to clear it, because then that past, present, and future, it's cleared. And I know my sons, my grandbabies, and my future descendants are spared and free because I took it. Well, I'm not going to sit here and be like, everything I went through, it fucking sucks and I hate it most every day. I really do. But when I look at it that way, I can deal with it because I know that ultimately what it's doing is so worth it on every level. So I'm not gonna lie. Like the tribes of Israel, my ancestry is connected somehow with that. So, and I think that's another reason why my family has been so destroyed and targeted too, is because we contain whether this is, don't have a lab yet. I just want my own little place. I dream of it, I picture it, I build it in my mind, I desire it, I imagine it. It's all sustainable. Hempcrete, solar, hydroponics, crystal ion technology, wind technology, garden, fruit, vegetable, legume, potato, tree and herb gardens, goats, chickens, no slaughter, no meat for dairy. A deck at the top. I like those yurt style tiny houses that have very efficient compartment space and are built with sustainable, reusable, healthy things for the environment. And mine, I picture like in a hollowed out, big, huge redwood tree or something. And when you go in, you can go into my house through the doorway in the tree. And then there's also a hatch leading underground. So that's like my shelter, storage, and cellar, maybe. Things like that. And then around the inside of the hollowed out tree is a spiral staircase going all the way up the tree, and my home is multi-layered. And on each level, like first story, second story, going up the tree, there's a deck, one for sunbathing or yoga or meditation, one with a hammock and maybe fire and lounge area, and then at the top a deck with observatory, telescopes, out in nature. Books line my walls, and the spiral staircase takes me around all the shelves so I can grab and go. And each bookcase is also a compartment, cabinet, drawer, something, cubbyhole, corridor, crawl space, storage space, closet, yada yada yada. Natural light. I don't need electricity, although it's convenient and I like it and enjoy it, until free for Tesla technology is used. I won't need it. I won't use it. Having an attached kind of from my tree to the next tree little enclosed, whether that is screened in or I haven't really worked on this part yet, but enclosed little corridor leading to my outhouse, which the bathroom would be the next tree. There's a little hall leading, and then all the amenities and everything I can imagine that are organic and natural, comfortable. And then a little vehicle. I'm really drooling over the new Tesla hatchback. Oh my god. I'm in love with that car. So, something like that. And then doing what I love, either being able to see clients there in person for sessions at my home in an office space that is natural, where there is also a dorm tree slash guest house slash client quarters, because if I'm going to be doing things such as counseling or astropsychology or intuitive psychic readings or energy clearings or healings, that could very well take more than one session. And I would like to have kind of like a B&B set up where come to me for healing. If it requires that you stay for a weekend, you stay here, your meals, everything, you've got linen, everything you need, toiletries, it's all set up. No cost, no added cost. That's part of the treatment plan. And really what my dream was to start a rescue for kids, millennials, 25 and under, anyone, any kid who's suffering who needs help. Addiction, suicide, depression, anything. Mental illness, behaviors, ADD, autism. I would have a big rescue. Not like an orphanage or shelter like I've stayed in. A place where these kids could live, learn, heal, find community, find safety, live there, work together. Everyone has responsibilities, chores, if you will, pulls their own weight. Yet everyone finds their musical passion or artistic passion because all those healing modalities exist there. Light therapy, sound therapy, music therapy, dance therapy, meditation, yoga, minerals, baths, aromatherapy, learning, psychological healing, and they will be doing productive things, learning, finding brotherhood, sisterhood, community, finding shelter, finding safety, finding a mom who cares. No cost. All they must do is be committed to want to get better and to pull their weight around the community. That's it. And I'm a firm believer that you never, ever, ever, no one ever fails until they stop trying. That's the only way someone can fail, is if they give up and they stop trying. Other than that, it's just learning experiences and mistakes and Reiki. Energy on myself, and I'm practicing on animals and plants and different things, crystals, and with others in my personal life, which isn't many. And the next level, I would be able to do distance healing, but I'm not really a fan of distance, all this distant telehealth and televisits and impersonal on a freaking screen. No one can stand face to face and be eye to eye. Ooh, wouldn't things turn around in a nanosecond if all of us, and no one excluded, whether high or low, greater than or lesser than, everyone had to stand face to face with their opponent and look them in the eyes and debate. Because I'd be going up against all the big dogs. The Pope, the POTUS, the pedophiles, the plandemic patent holders, the deep AI developers, the mind controllers, the manipulators, the perverters. I don't know if anybody listens to Yellow Wolf. He's one of my top favorite artists. So inspirational to me. And he has a song, and there's a video to it. It's called Ghetto Cowboy. I would check that video out to gain some insight into maybe, hypothetically, why some of us are. That video pretty much spells it out. Disclaimer, lots of the F-bomb in that song, and I love it. Because I'm that freak, Christian freak girl who curses. Thank you guys again. Made me feel like 100 times better. Getting cold again. I think I'll have to take some more aspirin. Oh, it's kind of nice though. Like, reminds me of. Hold on, Rain Man just had a malfunction. My jaw has a tick. It gets stuck, and it causes me to stutter sometimes when my thoughts won't come out in words the right way. So I have been very self-conscious all my life, trying not to fidget, trying to excel, trying to be the best, trying to live up to my labels, trying to do and go and be and give and I learned that when you do that, you actually can give too much. And you find that out when you're staring at yourself in the mirror one day, realizing you got nothing left for you because you gave it all away. Sucks to be you, Jen. So I learned that lesson. I gotta go. Kid. Thanks, Doc. Jesus was a super hippie. Yes! Come on. Shape or form. Girl, no stalker. Believe me, I know stalkers. I've had a few in my day. My eye twitches. My son, too. My son is... I hate that I did this, but just like my parents, I tried to do the best for my kids with what I knew, and I was already broken. So my son, my middle son, my vaccinated son, is also academically gifted like I am, and he went to a gifted school for math and science in Florida when we lived there, which was called Challenger after the spacecraft. When my son was little, I would watch him sitting in his room playing with his little toys, and he was happy as could be to just sit there in his own little world and never got in trouble. I never, ever, as God is my witness, ever spanked, grounded, disciplined, or yelled at my son Jonathan when he lived with me. And he never did anything wrong, ever. And he is a Libra, so I will say, like, balance and equality and fairness, so he is like even Steven. But when I would see him sitting on his little rug playing with his Fisher-Price little people, flying the plane, off in his little world, imagination, I mean, I'm an energy reader. I read all kinds of energy. Spiritual energy, soul energy, thought energy. I never, ever intrude on someone, and read them without their permission, because what I do is a medical art. And I am all about confidentiality and privacy, especially since mine has been totally disregarded in this life. I know how valuable those things are. So, my son is a little Rain Manish like me too, and his eye twitches, and he'll go like his mouth, his twitch will go like that for that long, and his mouth will go down, and his eye will squint. Mine are always my jaw catching and then stuttering, and I tend to fidget a lot, and I don't know what to call it. Rock, shake. Like sometimes my head will go like this it's just that there's so much energy that it needs to be moved. Kind of like if you do this, you don't see the air that you're pushing, but energetically you actually are moving air. Same concept. And, so of course, trying to be the best mom and be better than my parents and do the best I could with what I had. His teachers suggested to me to have him tested to see if he would qualify to go to a special school, and that's why I did it. I was thinking of his future and the opportunity that a school like Challenger Math and Science and Rocketry would bring. And had he remained there and all this didn't happen, he'd probably be some sort of employee or associate or partner or manager or officer or designer at SpaceX building rockets. Because psychically I can read energy, and with my kids, it sounds so weird saying this because I've really never talked about this my whole life, but reading their thoughts, hearing their thoughts, I know what they're thinking, and that's what my son, it was all rockets and space. Well, now he's a YouTuber, but hey, I'm all about what makes you happy. I would much rather do something totally ridiculous and made the least amount of money if it made me happy, rather than do the most important job and make a lot of money if I was miserable or unfulfilled. So my son wants to be a YouTuber. I support my son 100%. My eldest son is a guitarist. He taught himself when he was 12 how to play the acoustic guitar, and then he taught himself electric guitar. And he's been in a band for a long time. He's 23 and now a father and married. So life, like what happened to me when he was born, and it's like cycles repeating, and I just can't watch it again. I can't see my kids' futures with how much potential they have, because I know how much potential I had and still do, and it's all still unfulfilled within me. I never achieved, so I don't want that. I don't want my kids getting sucked into day in and day out life like I did. Although I wouldn't change it for the world, because I loved, when my boys were little, I was a stay-at-home mom. Oh, the best job I ever had, and the one I was the best at. Yeah. And my kids are the proof. My youngest is 16. He's a little mouthy as a teenager, but when I look back at myself, he's pretty much a saint. So, he'll kind of mouth off a little bit. My first two sons never, ever talked back, ever, or were disrespectful. Till the custody court case, playing Dad's side in 2019, where all three of them in the same year each told me, "Fuck you, Mom," for the first time ever. And all three of them that year at some point blocked me on Facebook as well. And I got a "fuck you, Mom" from each of them. That's the kind of parenting they've had for the last 12 years now. And it's 12 years of vacations and memories and Christmases and goodnight kisses and bedtime books and songs at bedtime and hugs and breakfast on Sunday and birthday morning omelets any way you like 'em. Memories. 12 years of a whole lot of nothing with mine, except little things here and there, like a couple months ago I was able to go camping with my ex and my two sons, which was amazing for 10 days. Not amazing really with him, although we are civil to each other now. I get that. Yes. Yep. They got brainwashed. Oh, yes. Because, and I'm sorry, not sorry, I'm not trying to be my ex and blah, blah, blah. The truth of the fact of the matter is, he in no way, shape, or form has ever or does supervise my sons in any way. Benny was 14. And my ex was allowing Benjamin's little girlfriend to spend the night and in the same room, unsupervised. Anybody see something wrong? My kids are on video games. My ex is at work, on his phone, or watching wrestling. That's it. And my kids have had to learn, unfortunately, and disgustingly in my opinion, how to fend for themselves. Jonathan got the lucky job of being 8, 9, 10, 11, and having to cook a banquet meal in the microwave for his little 5-year-old brother because his dad was at work all night and left them home alone overnight, all night, unsupervised by themselves. I can't even. There's so much injustice. And you know what? I need a civil rights and family law attorney. Civil and human rights and family law attorney, as well as a medical malpractice attorney. And I need a corporate attorney so that I can sue the United States government, I can sue the medical industry for my Morgellons 6-7 doctor experience of nothing. I can sue the housing authority, these broken, failing shelters and agencies, government agencies, affiliated agencies, sponsored, I don't know. And for pain and suffering, defamation of character, family law, so that someone with half a brain, who's a family law attorney, can take us all back to 2012. And we'll start with the taking the kids out of state without knowledge or permission. We could go back and start there, and then fast forward this decade. Fucking decade. Fighting. Trying to get lawyers to hear me, trying to get the judge to hear me, trying to get cops to hear me, trying to get anyone to hear me. It's like standing in a crowded room, screaming at the top of your lungs, jumping up and down, and everyone is turned with their backs to you, doesn't even know you exist. That's what it's felt like. And Jen wants some justice. Jen needs justice because Jen needs balance. Jen is a hybrid Capricorn sea goat. Goatfish, land and water, horns and a tail. Guess what, Jen? You might be considered an angelic alien, but you gotta work in hell. So you have to unbiased work with both sides of the spectrum without prejudice or judgment or favoritism of either or. That's also what Jesus said. I did not come to call the righteous, but the sick to repentance. People that got it together aren't at the risk of losing their soul or having their consciousness depleted down to a point where they're a vessel, a vegetable, a capsule, a shadow. It's the lost souls and those in darkness who need the healing. So again, like that's where I ask people, if you've got an angel living in heaven and a demon living in hell, which one you think needs healing a little bit more? Okay. My birthday, July 20. 72. Leo. My mom was July 31st. 72, I'm 76. That's kind of what set me off on my lifelong journey of figuring out who the fuck I am anyways, even before my awakening a few years ago, because I have so many weird synchronicities, like they're just too weird to not mean something. Like I was born 12/26/76, like day after Christ, 200-year bicentennial anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Well, go figure. And here we are back again, seeking independence again. I was born at 5:55 p.m. I am, well, awesome. December 1st. Oh, that's cool. Sagittarians. And my dad is a Sagittarian, so sync with my mom being a Leo and sync with my dad being a Sag. That's pretty cool. Nice. How many kids do you have? And how old? Mine are 23, 20 next month, and 16. My youngest Benny is Aquarius, so I don't worry about it. With texting and on devices and autocorrect, and Google is illiterate anyways. I'm lucky if I can, and I'm like a freak about grammar and spelling because Rain Man makes it so. The accuracy thing, so. 30, 26, 23, 18, and 15. Ah, God bless them. Any grandkids? Nice. I have 3 living and 1 deceased, or unknown, let's say. Nice. Okay, get this. My eldest son, who's 23, who lives out in Illinois, he got married last year and also had my granddaughter. And however, his wife that he married has a daughter from a previous relationship, and I believe she was 2 at the time when they got together, but now she's 5, and she's an Aries. Although she's not my biological granddaughter, she's my granddaughter. And then my biological granddaughter was born last June. She's a Cancer. And my grandson is due November 19th, which would make him a Scorpio Sag cusp. And November 19th this year is also a full moon. So I was like, oh boy. And I know you said you don't know much about astrology, but everyone has their sun sign. Like, I'm a Capricorn. That's where the sun was when you were born. Then you have a moon sign. And then you have a rising sign. So you figure the sun sets in the west. So it was setting in Capricorn when I was born. So directly to the east of that, just like on this planet, is the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. Well, I'm a Capricorn, born a Capricorn. My moon is Pisces, and my rising sign is Cancer. It's like polar opposites. My firstborn son is a Cancer, Pisces moon, and a Capricorn rising, complete opposite of me. It's like weird. And he was 22 when my granddaughter was born, and I was 22 when he was born. And until July of this year, he just turned 23, so he had been 22, I'm 44. And all these synchronicities were coming in. My son's numerology also, he's an 11, which is a master number. I'm a 7, which is like a divine number. And my youngest sister was born March 3rd, 3/3. So that is, if people don't know, that's a portal opening Stargate on those dates, like 11/11 or the Lion's Gate, I'm sure you heard about in August. Those are when Stargate portals open. Interdimensional travel. Thin veil. 333. Thank you. You just confirmed that for me. I've been getting 333 syncs literally for the past 48 hours. So there's a great website called Joanne Sacred Scribes, And she has an index literally of single digit numbers to quadruple digit numbers and the meanings for all of them. Check that out, definitely. Joanne Sacred Scribes. And if you look up the 333 meaning, I'm sure you'll get a message in that and see what your guides are trying to tell you. This is why I like doing this kind of stuff, because it makes me happy to, like, when people really learn their astronumerology, because I incorporate both, not just astrology but astronumerology, because you might not know you're a very possessive person, let's say, who is jealous and controlling, and everybody blames you for that your whole life, and you're like, no, I'm not. And then you see your zodiac chart, like, confirm word for word what people have been telling you your whole life, and it's like, oh, I see how that, okay. Or teach you, like, your greatest qualities. That's what's fantastic about it, is people have carried so much guilt and blame and shame for so long, beating themselves up. And if they would just learn their astronumerology, they could maybe see how planets work together in their chart, and that is why they are a certain way. Then they can let that shit go. And let me tell you what kind of healing comes with that. And 420. Oh, yeah. Every time I hear a weed reference, I'm going to bless the cannabis, bless the sacred herb. I'm a firm believer in speaking things into existence to get them to manifest or happen, or to put little power to the punch. If I don't do it all, I study it all. If I don't know it, I learn it. So there's really nothing I am opposed to trying out. I practice different forms of magic, I read runes, I study pathology, I study psychology, I study neuroscience, I study rocketry. I am a psychic intuitive my whole life. Light worker, whatever the titles are, energy worker. I like that, energy worker, because that's what it is. Sometimes it's healing, sometimes it's clearing, sometimes it's removing attachments. And people are also going to wake up very quickly to the fact of how much dark and demonic presence is actually truly on this earth. And most times what people are blaming themselves for is not even a fault of their own. It's a demonic or negative attachment who is basically, I hate the word possession, like priests and removal of attachments, because they are like ticks, blood-sucking parasites, and then they take over and you go on autopilot and maybe do something or say something or have a behavior of something and get blamed for it and then carry the guilt for it. Meanwhile, it's a freaking demon, not even your fault. So I want to nobody's ahead. There's no competition in learning. And learn. Never stop learning. Always learn. Knowledge is power. It truly is. And when you have knowledge gaining you power, with great power comes great responsibility. We've all heard that quote. That is why once you attain and gain a certain amount of knowledge, you level up in power and authority. I don't know how to really break that down and explain it. You just do. And that is where people have that ultimate choice to stand in integrity and use it for good, or to use it selfishly for purposes other than what is right. And I know whether that happens in this life for me or the next, that coming into my, achievement, I know my choice. That's why these suckers don't scare me. I don't care if it was Pope Francis himself, or Podesta, or Clinton, or Gates, or Bezos, or it really wouldn't matter who it was. They don't scare me. They don't intimidate me. Because when you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to hide. You're real, you're authentic, you're truthful, you're honest, and that's what it is. And the truth will always prevail. So there's no need to be afraid, because if you claim your integrity, you are true to yourself, you're a good person, you're helpful, you do the right, you stand in integrity, you're honest, you're helpful, you're kind, you're productive, you're not hurtful or cruel or destructive or deceptive. That's standing in integrity. You own that, because that's you. Nobody can take that from you. So, yes, and I've probably met them all. I gotta close my door. Can't wait for my own place. Hopefully. Peace, privacy. Oh, I'm cold again. I gotta take some aspirin, I think. Fever's starting to kick back up here. And I know what I was doing. Oh, and I'm the type of person like Rain Man, chaotic, mess, eccentric, quirky, weird, that I will do 12 things at one time. Try to balance and carry it all. I'll be holding something in my hand but trying to grab something else, and then I gotta hold this here and get this, and it's I don't have that capacity to be okay, I'm just gotta get it done as fast as, because we don't have time to waste. That's another thing about being Capricorn, FYI. The ruling planet of Capricorn is Saturn. Saturn is known as Father Time. True. But it's a good thing. But as far as don't ever place yourself inferior to anyone else, saying you know more than me. Knowledge and wisdom is not measurable as far as a balance, like pedophiles. That's a fact about me. Maybe the cursing people to have a conversation with a pedophile. No, I would not enjoy it. No, to the knowledge that I would learn and gain, even if I am in the end, when it all, like I said, the more you have, the more you have to pull from. And you'd be surprised. Those are the types of instances where that knowledge gained from the person you least expected never be closed to it, and as it's not measurable in a competition or anything, I think you don't, but you may have the most random thing, like you think is never know that thing that you thought was so insignificant knowledge somewhere from someone. That's the advice I'm gonna give, because that's the truth. And I'm telling you from a personal, of course it was. Trolls opinion that the government federally, in order to mandate vaccines legally, which there is no way to do that, that is taking away human rights from an individual, placing it in the hands of a governing authority. There is no right legal way to do that. It doesn't exist. It's going to come down to the debate of whether humans are mentally capable of emotional outbursts, substance abuse, but my mental health. And I find one of the most exciting things that I've always wanted to do, have a few times but never really got to, and am really good at, is debate. So when or if that becomes an issue of mental health, choose for themselves responsibly, well, I suppose we will just have to debate that if it ever sees that day. I have much experience. Yeah, they've tried to diagnose me with everything. Bipolar disorder, manic depressive disorder, social anxiety, general. When I was 15, the first medication they put me on was Zoloft. Then Prozac, Paxil, Celexa, Lexapro, Seroquel, Depakote, Haldol, Xanax, Klonopin, Ativan, Valium, Atarax, Visceral. What was that one called? Oh, we forgot lithium. Now we just have to go outside and take a deep breath. Breathe in that chemtrail PM 2.5. That's alright. I had 600 milligrams a day and monthly lab tests. Disgusting. Alright, what else was there? Oh, so many medications. It's just remember that one. Remeron. Now, there are chemicals, serotonin dopamine, norepinephrine. And they keep pushing out a new SSRI. And I believe at that time I didn't want the Xanax anymore, so I was taking like Haldol or mood stabilizers or Seroquel, like antipsychotics. For they've got it all wrong, so they're just it's pretty miraculous that after all those seizure causing, brain frying psychiatric drugs that I was prescribed with each subsequent misdiagnosis by each subsequent doctor, that I'm not a complete vegetable right now. I'm a living testimony of miracles sitting here. Talking about myself like I'm God's gift or something. I don't mean it that way. I mean a few times a week for a few years. If anyone, even those who don't know me, or to hear me speak, or be able to explain a thought concept, or describe or define something, or express a lucid thought process in full, clearly I'm not mentally incapacitated. Emotionally, I was, yes. Psychologically, yes. Behaviorally, yes. Socially, yes. So they can take that, have that do this. They would probably walk away, they being, those who are trying to take my rights away and rule over me. They would probably walk away like drooling, because I'd have them mind blown. They wouldn't even be able to understand. I'm not like that with I'm like that with people trying to dissolve scabbed and healed. He's not going to respond and do anything, because it's like, no, that doesn't compute. But if you're like, okay, I have a bladder issue, I'm gonna sending healing energy to all my cells, my bladder, my organ, my system, urinary system. Do it. So I always 2021 now, keeping people sick keeps profits rolling in. Curing people stops the money. What are these people all about? Being broke? No. So Aunt Melinda, since on my channel, like, I have been going with them in these groups for like 3 years, so we all know each other pretty well. But getting to know you, I do want to also say ahead of time, I am very sarcastic, like on the point where I call it smart assery, because that's what it is. Like, I get a little asshole-ish, but it's always like in good fun, or I'm not ever cruel. I don't mock people. I don't put people down. I just may come off every once in a while as very sarcastic and dry, and like it's irony, but I can get a little like, the goat's got horns, so they poke sometimes. Asshole, I'm not watching her shit anymore. I can be an asshole, not an asshole, if that makes sense. Funny. What time is it? 9:12. Probably and sativa, one for pain, physical pain. I have a condition called degenerative disc disease in my spine and my right knee, as well as carpal tunnel syndrome, as well as just my body's been through it. 3 C-sections, 6 total surgeries. Like, camera, I'm not gonna move. Where'd you? And with that being said, person, I also require some sort of stimulant medication. I drink a lot of coffee for request, well, since we won't rightly prescribe her the medication that she requires, she gets methamphetamine until I can find or invent or create or formulate. I have never found anything else that works. And to getting, which I have the energy and wherewithal to fly in front of the camera. Oh. Gnats. This happens again. Unless this time it is addressed, treated, and healed. Take one very, very, very to do this. I hope not. Some lotions and products, ointment. I tried everything I could get my hands on. Yes, I did, including washing my bald scalp and my face and my neck, which got it the worst. My arms and hands I don't know if you can see, but I still have scars from the lesions, all that scars. Get my hair out of the way. The lighting's not that good, but there's a dark spot here, that's a scar. And then all these. Now I've got the new breakouts, so again, I'm going to show this on camera. As in inflammation. Oh. Can't get this lighting to work ever. Okay, let's go. There we go. Okay. So, that's not makeup. It's not costume or stage makeup. Nothing really scares me anymore or intimidates me, or not really anything anymore. However, when this sickness came on so acutely and emergently and quickly, and with the flare-up at the same time, factoring in, picking up, doing the exposed corruption and in the world videos again, and targeting, and more gallons, and the pandemic, and I gotta say, it caught me off guard. After this past January, like, since January, my hair literally, I took clippers, bald, because my hair fell out in clumps, like literal clumps, and it looked so stupid and ridiculous that I was like, I'm not looking like a fool, so I just shaved it. That's all I could do, so it would be uniform. But as a female, being down to the scalp bald, so since January my hair has grown this much, and I'm pretty happy with that. So I was thinking, not that I'm vain, but again, as a female and having gone through this already, thinking of having to possibly face that again, like, it makes me want to cry. So hope it doesn't happen. However, we've also got black mold. Not my house. Number 2, financial. Take something like that upon myself and bring, let's say, remediation crews into someone else's home and have that on me, where, let's say, they decided it was uninhabitable. I'm not going to do that to somebody. For the past couple of years, Jen has nowhere to go. No. I have no choice. Again. Hey. What I am going to do, though, is when I get my food stamps, I'm going to walk to Dollar General and get some white vinegar and mix that in a bottle. I'm going to spray and soak it and wipe it off. And that's great. Who's Michael Reynolds? That's just it. Like, I literally only get $200 and something a month in food stamps. Literally, that's all I get. That's awesome. See, reusable. That's what I'm talking about. That's going to be the future of home building. Smaller. People don't need these massive mansions taking up all this space of rooms that they don't even use. Ugh. Everyone could have a home here in the richest country in the world, Merca, in the year, what is it, 2021. Okay. Yeah. United States 2021. There should not be one homeless person in this country. Not with all the wealth and the waste. Not with every decrepit, toxic, abandoned HUD house on every corner sitting there as an eyesore, falling apart, abandoned, condemned. Fix them up. Put people to work. You can't tell me all these guys on unemployment trying to support their families during a pandemic who do any kind of home improvement or construction or anything. Roofing, landscaping, building. Couldn't take every single house, HUD house, abandoned, foreclosed, decrepit, condemned HUD house. Put people to work, rehabbing them, fixing them up. mold and water remediation. And then house people. It bothers me how these concepts are so foreign and complicated to them. It really does. It's like, that would solve, like, boom, boom, right there. Boom, boom, boom. Get rid of all the toxic eyesores that are vacant and just disgusting looking and toxic. Put people to work so they can actually support their families. Do something good and productive and feel good about it. Fix a problem. And then house people. What a concept. Another disclaimer. Melinda, I will tell you that prior to the 2020 election for president, I, as a scientist, lifelong, self-taught, self-learned scientist, I performed a little experiment. I put a bid in for president on my social media to test the theory of either it would go unnoticed and unseen and nothing would come of it, or because I put a bid in, it would be counted. And being that it was shared publicly on social media, it was not private. And yes, I am that crazy. But not really. Because although I would not take the title president, because I wouldn't want to run a corporation, this country needs a leader, a true commander-in-chief. I would do such a better job than any of them, because I don't take any shit, and things would just get done, and there all the talk and the arguing and the back and forth of legislature and laws, and we're gonna decide, just get it done. Like the mom and me would come out, like, let's go. Let's go. My cabinet would consist of a group instead of one ruling party. That's too much power in one place. Like presidential executive power, which, pun intended, trumps federal power. How you like that one? Sweet. We are all... Well, Earth is our home. We're all humans. Now, we're all born on Earth, and Mother Earth is our home. And I can't take that either anymore. She gives so freely everything. Beauty and nature, healing medicines, food, water, air, everything you need. Materials, fire, warmth, inspiration. Expecting nothing in return. And all she gets is drilled, mined, bored into, destroyed, bombed, bloodshed spilt on her. resources, oil, drain. That's like veins, like the blood of a human. Oil of the earth. Destruction, deforestation, pollution. So my prayers lately have been very specific, and I have been specifically praying that all the corrupt and the corruptors be removed from this plane, and all the destroyers of earth and humankind be destroyed. That's how it would be in divine court anyways, with the heavenly bodies. Like I mentioned Saturn earlier. Karma dealer. There's no feelings or emotions. It's whatever's going to even the score and balance it out and make it right. That's how Saturn rolls. Saturn's not going to hear their excuses or their reasons. Doesn't care. It is what it is. And I agree with that. She does. She does. Mothers and artists will save the world. I love that. And don't forget the kiddos. These millennials, they're brilliant. You're a mom of a few, you know. My kids are brilliant. All their friends and kids I've known in these years are brilliant. They're so intuitive, and they're so artistic, and they're so... it's like, how can they be born into this world? Like, you're born... Imagine if you were born now, and this is what you've known. You're like, how are they not up? And they're not. They're like... They hold their own, and it's admirable. It really is. The older ones, however, most Generation Y, not so much Z, are broken. Oh, that's where my heart goes. 25 and under, but I would say 16, 17 to 25. They need the most. They just need something to believe in that's the truth and that's real. That's what they need. Bombarded with media and propaganda and subliminal messages and symbolism. And as a worker and practitioner in the mystic arts, let's say magical, working with energies such as magic and divination and certain things like that, don't ever discount the smallest little detailed gesture, because that is how a lot of music performers of today, for the younger generations, is not really music in my opinion, but it is what it is. Popular music for the younger generations today, you will see in hand movements and such certain symbolism and gestures. That is very much done on purpose, because that is a magic spell, and it's going right through your screen into you. The flashes of symbols on commercials and things like that you don't even realize, because your eyes visually didn't see it, but your subconscious sees everything. So that symbol flashed so fast to your eyes, like your conscious mind doesn't pick it up that you even saw anything, but your subconscious did. Or these frequencies that are subliminal. Incantations, invocations, the language of magic and frequencies and things like that. That's what it is, and people are just going to have to learn to accept the fact that they have been lied to, as I was too, for our entire lives. And magic not only does exist, but it is very real and it is very powerful. All magic is simply moving something with the force of the will. So instead of going like this, I would be able to use some unseen force to get this to do whatever I wanted it to do. There is so much black magic, dark arts, I call it. Chaos magic, which I'm not always against, but it would be like a last resort. There's Wicca. My sister is Wiccan, which is earth magic, the goddess, nature, things like that. Oh yeah, oh god, yeah. Like, exactly. Well, exactly. And I learned this. I didn't learn that about the hand signal, hand magic. I don't even know what to call it. I never thought of what to call it. I just know what it is. And I didn't really learn about that literally until 2019. And then all these things played back in my... And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Because all this time my brain had been collecting and I have like pretty much a photographic memory, so I can go back and recall something and pull it up real quick and everything's there. And I'm like, oh, that's why this person, okay, I'm putting all these things together. And blood sacrifices, like I was saying, ritualistic sex magic is huge. Like the movie Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise. Like orgies and then children and all that. That is why it's used, because it generates so much magical power. Sexual energy, love, gratitude, and laughter are probably the highest vibrating energies, so like would be the most powerful forms. I'm sorry, I just keep seeing this freaking net fly going around, and I know I have I studied that for a while, belly dancing. It's fun. You should do it. It's great exercise too. Like, I don't like skinny sticks. Like, I've always been thick, you know. But what I love about myself the most is my curves, the hourglass shape, and belly dancing is the best thing for that. I kid you not. Whoever laughs, yes. There's also curses, generational curses on family bloodlines on most every family, as a matter of fact. Sad as that is to say, it's true. So I'm going to be probably in the future at some point incorporating these things like deliverance and with energy clearings or removals of energies, deliverance from, let's say, demonic possession. I'm just going to use that word because it's the only one I know. Dark witchcraft, removing curses, or since I am a writer, most of my force of power is in my word and in my written word, my spoken and my written word. So I also, in one of my previous videos, offered to do prayer writing, hymn writing, spell writing, or charms, chants, invocations, incantations. I don't practice any dark or black magic. Anything destructive or harmful. My MO is what serves the highest good of all beings involved. That's how I roll. I know. Black goo. Yep. Black goo. And that is extraterrestrial. We'll just say that. I know. I just never get a choice, you know? But I'm pretty sure if I'm still alive today, 44 years later, going on 45, I could probably make it another month or so. I would appreciate, I'm not asking, I'm just throwing it out there for you, for anyone. I would appreciate any ideas, advice of something. Like I said earlier, you never know. Even though I might think I have tried everything I can come up with, someone out there might have that one thing. Did you try blah blah blah? And I'm like, ah. So, oh, that's sweet. Where do you live? I'm in Pennsylvania. Poconos. Oh, my lips are so chapped. Get our own place. Is that Virginia? Oh! Why am I thinking Virginia? Alberta. You are literally the third or fourth person since I started my YouTube channel in my circles that is in Canada. Heck yeah, that's the plan. This is probably going to sound, I mean, you're very cool and open-minded, I see, and you get it, so I'm not including you in what I'm about to say, but others may not understand or think that I am being cold-hearted with what I'm about to say, but I'm not. I'm just stating a fact that, oh, it's right in my face. The only time I foresee myself coming into any type of financial ability to do that is, unfortunately, God forgive me and please bless my dad, but when my dad passes. I hate even saying that. Of course, I would choose my dad over money any day, forever. But, Home in Utopia. Speaking of Utopia, that's like the third or fourth time I've heard that sync in a couple of days. Check out the movie, documentary, whatever it is, with, what's his name? Oh, what's his name? Everybody wants some. The guy from the 80s movies. Dark hair, leather jacket. What the heck is his name? Anyways, he's an activist, a political activist. There's a movie or documentary that just recently came out called Utopia. It literally, play by play, is a movie of what is going on right now in the world. I kid you not, and it's profound. It may make a few people uncomfortable, but what the heck is his name? Oh, I gotta look this up. Let me minimize this really quick, because that's gonna bother me if I can't remember his name. Movie. Okay. What is his name? Oh, I can't. Okay, what's his name? From Upd8. Why could I think of that? Okay. John Cusack. Freaking finally. Ugh. Anyways, John Cusack is in it. He's an activist. He, awake. And he's in it. So that tells you anything. I have Indian status, I could guess. Awesome. Wait, what type of Indian? Like Native American Indian? Or Hindu? I'm just curious. Not that it matters, I was just curious. Awesome. Great. Okay. My eldest son, who's out in Illinois, he is part Mohican. His dad's Mohican. So they are members of the Menominee tribe, which is Wisconsin, Illinois border. So my son's got, dark skin, and when his hair was long, it was real long and dark. And my other two sons, they have a different dad, so they're like blonde. I have sweet. I don't. Well, I have unseen connections. I could imagine how crazy I must sound to like the most unawake person that has no clue of anything, or who's one of those people. I could imagine what I look like and sound like to them. I kind of find that funny. I wish I could watch a reaction video of like judgmental people watching my videos and get their reactions. They don't know they're on camera though. So I'm doing my video, they're watching it like on the music reaction videos, and then they're like, and like really being, oh, she's crazy, or really oh, that's a great way to get truth though. Like, candid camera. Oh, and any of them kind of people want to talk any smack about anything, this is not even cannabis. This is resin I had to scrape. Because I cannot afford my medicines, so I go without a lot. Meaning, most days I am unwell or unbalanced in some way or in pain. Adding to the whole big clusterfuck. Anyways, 9:53. Alright, girl, well, I guess I'm gonna get off here. I can't believe I've done... Thank you, like, beyond. I don't even know what to... There aren't even words, so saying thank you seems like... I'm sending you blessings, love, and light, and clarity. And peace. And protection. And family togetherness and unity. Healing and protection for your kids. And grandbabies. And so it is. That's the only way I have to pay it forward. I send in energy what I can't afford in other things. So, oh yes, never lose hope, never lose hope. But even more than that, never lose faith. Faith is the belief in the unseen, or what hasn't happened or occurred yet. Believing it. That's faith. When you can do that and achieve that, that's when things manifest in your life, into your reality. Because you believe it. Jesus even said that. Ask anything in my name and know that it is already done. It's the belief. That's the key. And that only comes with faith. Hope is definite. You have to have hope. And a lot of determination. Exactly. My friend Bridget, who was in the room when I first started the live stream, she taught me a lot about how to love more. I love unconditionally, but I don't show it or express it. I didn't my whole life the way I should have, and she taught me a lot about that. Anyways, she's always, her go-to fail-safe for any problem, anything, is I just go back to love. It's always love. Love will heal. Firm believer in that. I'm with her 100%. And she calls her love energy pink goo. So, if you're ever in a chat or anything and you hear like me say, oh, pink goo, that's what it is. Now you know. Now you're in the club and you know. So I think maybe I will send some pink goo to the black goo. Neutralize it. Balance it out. Hey, I'm good with that. I know I don't want to breathe it, and I don't want to deal with mold mites or mold spores again. But it's either or out. Yeah, no. I can imagine. Yep, exactly. Well, I mean, if there's matter and antimatter and gravity and anti-gravity, why not black goo and pink goo? Neutralize each other. I love comments. Me too. I love sarcastic comments. Oh, And before I sign out here, let me just, I always also be well aware, here's another piece of that lovely knowledge that I'm obsessed with, but any followers, subscribers, connections online, or any energy exchange like we are now, in a chat, or you're watching someone's video, whatever, you're doing a video, you're actually transmitting and receiving energy with whomever is on the other end. Therefore, if you go into a live stream that has hundreds or thousands of people in a live stream, always beforehand ground and protect your energy, your space, yourself. No interference, no, word it however you want to word it. Visualize it, and then make it so. Speak it into existence. Before you go into that room, there are many, 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 many people with ulterior motives online, out to get famous or rich, and will do whatever to do so. And YouTube, well, we all know Facebook, but YouTube is one of the worst for that. YouTube is a Google affiliated app. Need I say more? And you will receive energies, and people will project things at you, and sometimes they're not people. Clickbait to get you to click on that video or to go in that room. That's why these things are in place. And then they got you, and within the first video, hi, we've got a, they do the magic or a symbol for their logo, and you're looking at the symbol like, doesn't that remind me of? Yep, always follow your gut intuition. It's never wrong. So protect your space before you go, especially in any lives, but even any pre-recorded. Unseen forces like magic and things like that don't have to exist in real time like we are right now. So be careful with that online social media. I would love to just get off Facebook completely. I only go on it because my kids use it, and I need to check on what's going on in their lives, because I don't have any other connection to my own kids anymore in this world. Everybody's so, distanced, socially distanced, and separated by screens. So I use YouTube to share my experience, share knowledge, help others. I don't go online to see what's trending. I am not, if I'm online, I'm researching, or I'm doing a video, or I'm watching something, learning something, or checking on my kids, or I may take a break every once in a while and scroll through my feed or something and just see what's going on with people, like on Facebook with my family, and just kind of get a heads up. That's it. That's my life anymore. So if you are anyone like me who uses their social media for the purpose of good and truth, then no, you are already targeted. So with that being said, expect like the buffering, or we call them trolls or gargoyles or whatever, bots, dark forces. That's what they do. They hack in, they come in the room, and they mess with the algorithms, or close your video. I did a Facebook live one time, I think it was 2018 or 19, And 3 times in a row, I started to talk about some topic of truth, of, corruption in the world. And right at that moment, all 3 times the video shut off. And people were in the live stream, so it's not like I was making it up, It's not for the weak, that's for sure. And my best advice would be no fear. No fear. That's what they feed on. That's what they expect. That's what they want. Because then they know they got you. Because then it's don't. Nope. There's no reason to. Even if someone killed you in this life, murdered your body as a retaliation, that doesn't end your soul, or your consciousness, or your evolution, or your spirit. So, there's really nothing to fear here. And once they get that fear, it's almost like a drug, and then they want more and more and more. So then it gets worse and worse and worse. Sorry about that. I just forgot to take my aspirin before, and the resin that I'm smoking, because I'm a prophet, is helping with my fevery discomfort a little bit. So, okay, where did I put my aspirin? What did I do? My roommate upstairs gave me a handful of baby aspirin, and I put them in this little container, and now I can't remember what I did with the container. Oh, so with that, see, Rain Man, apologies about protecting your space and setting yourself up prior to any videos, live streams, or connections. Even by having that connection, say someone's a friend or a follower or a subscriber, they are now linked to you, connected. So there is a cord of attachment between you two, which can transmit and receive. So be very choosy. I don't get that luxury, so I'm telling you to be very choosy. Keep your circle small. Again, I don't have that luxury because I have to work with everyone I don't want to. But that's what I do. So I gotta do it. Oh, what did I do with that thing? Where's my aspirin? I keep forgetting to finish what I'm saying here. So, usually what I do is before I do a video, I will burn sage or incense, or I'll clear my space. I always keep my little trinkets of things around, and my space is protected. Please know and believe that if you ever watch a video of mine, there will never be any kind of energy from me to you that is not for your highest and best good. Okay? Look into my eyes when I say that. So I wanted to just burn some incense before I go to clear the space. I believe that's also equally important. Clearing your space, protecting it beforehand, and then clearing it after, because as I just said to you, it also goes for me. Now anyone who has watched my live stream or interacted, whether it's while I'm live or at any time in the future, so it could be 200 years from now, God forbid the things can happen. So it's always good to be prepared, protected, aware, so you're not scared, and so that there's no room for error, which Jen hates. So, no attack, no harm, no hurt, no manipulation. Yeah, so anyone who has had any interaction with this live now or in the future, I have to protect my space as well. However, I expect it because that's how it goes with me. That's kind of what it is. And once I get a projection or an attack, that's good. That's what I needed. It can't hurt me. So, I need that screen. I'm just trying to look for that thing with my aspirin in it. Oh, I'm really annoyed. That's so annoying. I literally just had it not. Maybe the freaking gnat. Then maybe we could talk about like different things in that arena, such as Crystal, and Jess, by the way, is pink, and this is, or like what? Oh, they're so annoying, but it's okay. I'm getting ready to get off here anyways. That really sucks. Oh wait, maybe I put it down here. Oh! Ay. I have two little drawers in my nightstand, and it's in the bottom one. Flashlight, and it's non-operative. It's a little storage thing, majig. More gallons? Yes, it does, because it is also, so it is like static with like interruption. Electromagnetic and electromagnetic, so it's like bzz, and the smart dust causing issues with more gallons is the tech. I like Life Water. I gotta shout them out. They're the only brand that it is all of the above. It is purging and releasing attachment specific entities, the little nets that again, like personal witnesses. Like when I said nets, did you see that fly right at my face? Am I like whacked out or what? Couldn't even believe their eyes either. It affected them, I'm sure, to see what was happening, and for me to experience it, I wanted to die. They built this layer of like fake my skin, but it wasn't like I could go like that, and it was like a rubbery, waxy, gluey that I guess, and foot files and all kinds of that with this fake skin stuff. Then they would, as larvae, live in there until they grew. Well, heal and let go of these attachments, whether they are demonic or dark forces or implants or whatever. Programs. They may be purged from you in a different form than how they entered you, just so that they could take a form to be expelled from you. I don't know. I don't have the lab and research grant funding and partners and to figure that one out, but I would love to be. Autism is very prevalent in my family. Autistic people incapable of conniving and deceiving with malice, or they don't have the capacity. It doesn't exist within them. Good eggs. Yes, 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 exactly. Yep. Good eggs. Closest to God I've ever seen, minus a newborn infant. Anyways, and some of us undiagnosed, misdiagnosed sufferers of symptoms of the autistic spectrum disorder know that for ourselves as well. And that's why we work and try so hard to get everyone else in the world to believe us. Because they should never have a reason not to. And that has been an impossible task. I've never achieved. Well, I mean, until now. My YouTube fam, they know who I am. I've never felt ever in my life what it was like to be believed or believed in, because I have such profound experiences. I mean, intellectual, intuitive anomalies that I have. I'm very odd and different and oddly different. And all my life I've never known that feeling, and it is a really good feeling to know someone believes you, believes what you are saying without you having to prove, give evidence, explain. It's just what it is. It's like so refreshing. And then to believe in you, like I thought, like when I put my bid in for president, I was like, I just started my YouTube channel not too long ago, and I'm gonna lose every subscriber that I have gotten so far. Great. But they didn't. They didn't say, like, okay, this psycho who's running for president, she's a homeless nobody, like, you know. Not one of them. Even my friend in Canada said if she were here, she would vote for me. You know how great that felt? Oh, that broke my heart about your comment with the autistic boy with shaving his... I mean, for the innocent to suffer in that way that we know with the other Morgellons and... Oh my god. That's cruelty. Right? That's cruelty. Yes, it is. Alright, girl. So, I don't know. What do you say next time? If you have any topics, bring them up. If you need any help, any questions, or anything, never, ever, ever hesitate. I don't sleep. I don't have a social life. So, yeah, and my next live stream, I thought maybe, I'll leave it up to the audience to bring up topics. Maybe I can figure out how to use my Chromebook and do a screen share so I can show things on my screen while I'm live streaming with me, like picture in picture or something. I'm very computer proficient, but I'm not tech savvy at all. So, Earthships, okay. And what was that, Michael? What was his name again? I'm so bad with names. I'm terrible with names. Yes, okay. The garbage house builder guy. Michael Reynolds. Okay, hang on one second before I leave. Well, I mean, you don't have to stay. Obviously, I can keep the live chat open till I write this down. Yay. If I knew what I did with my journal. Can I write? Okay. Okay, got it. I wrote them all down. Know this, please. Okay, so I just told everybody this past week that I'm going to try to do live streams at least daily, if not every other day, to make a commitment to get myself out of the anxiety of doing them so I don't not do them. Alright, girl. So I possibly will see you tomorrow. Then again, it may be the next day. Bring topics, though, if you want to watch another live. Nothing's off topic. Open forum here. No hate, no judgment. That's my guarantee. Love you. Bless. Seriously. Thank you so very much. And take it easy. Mm-hmm.